Hello. I decided to stream a little earlier today because, well, the game's gonna go on maintenance in about 4 hours. And since I'm currently eating, I'm gonna do some other things real quick. I still have a couple days left until there's no time left, so not too worried. Yeah, I just didn't have the time the other 2 days. Gotta make coffee, so a little tired from waking up early? Yeah, that's fair. Not a coffee guy myself, but hey, if you need coffee, go for it.
私が終わらせる。計画通り。
Alright, I have eaten my food. Have I seen the new CN event? Yeah, Levy. Levy is becoming playable. And apparently one of the AR squad members. It really rug pulled us by introducing ARR team first by showing no hints of doing so or teasing Defy. Yeah, true. I still want my star. Seems like it's only a fraction of the team, SOP, RO, but no star or M16. I didn't know about SOP. I only knew about RO. No star, though, is annoying. Give me AR-15.
見てるの？
She's in the background art? Ah.
いっそ試してみよう。いつでもどうぞ。へっへ。作戦を遂行。見て見て。えい。ターゲットロックオン。お申し付けを。進歩は必須よ。逃がしたっての計画通り。もう逃げたりしない。みんなのためにいつでもどうぞ。いつでもどうぞ。アゴールショットダウン。それ。何見てるの？計画通り。いつでもどうぞ。承知しました。計画通り。
Jeez. And Cheetah's dead. Rocket Man blasts at the speed of light. Oh no. Hey, high taxes. Welcome to the stream. Why can't I? Where's my grenade? Do I have to not move to throw the grenade? Ah, that's what it is. Ah, she lives. Please have your ultimate, Centaureissi. Ah! How do you not have it? Oh, it costs 6. Oh, that's so expensive. Oh, there we go. We got it.
重しつけを。進歩は必須よ。逃がしたっての。
Better effect.
もう逃げたりしない。好きにはさせない。作戦を遂行。
She is so dead. Nope. She not dead yet.
ご命令を。
Ah, can't do it from there.
重しつけを。
Can she throw a grenade far enough? No, she'd have to move, but moving triggers this, and that does damage.
行動開始。もう逃げたりしない。みんなのために計画通り。私が終わらせる。あごにおとなしく捕まりなさい。いつでもどうぞ。作戦を遂行。
Oh god, there's more.
こっちを見なさい。重しつけを。
Scout drone. Oh, yeah, that's right. Scout drone.
計画通り。
Ah, she can't get to it.
重しつけを。それ。 喜んで私が終わらせる。行動開始。もう逃げたりしない。喜んで。
Now it's just the scout drone. Hey, we got it.
昔みたいに私に感謝するといいわ。
Wave 6 unlocked. I got everything! Well, except 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 poles. I'll eventually get those poles. For right now... I've already spent all of my stamina. Did that before stream. Feedback wall is already complete. I don't need to do it anymore. Now we can start with the story. 1, 2, 3. There's 9 missions and only 1 story. It's all a story, but only one that is strictly story. I'll have to go mid-stream to, work on some more dishes though. They're currently cooling off because they're very, very hot. But yeah, story time. The first rays of daybreak stream in through the trees that line the pavement, shining into a perfectly ordinary little cafe by the side of the street. A girl dressed like a shop attendant is hard at work. She's cleaning up the planters, making snacks, and changing out the coffee beans. She systematically works through the tasks that have to be completed before the cafe can open for business. Perhaps it's because her neural cloud is occupied by these routine tasks, but she doesn't seem to notice the footsteps approaching her. Good morning. Springfield circles around to the other side of the counter and watches the look of surprise on the other girl's face with interest. Ah, manager. It's not often that I find you so distracted, Centaureissi. My apologies. Why must you apologize? The point of this cafe is to help everyone live a relaxed life, after all. Centaureissi and Springfield look up at the same time. This cafe, decorated in retro style, has a signboard reading Zucchero at its door. The Zucchero Cafe is not only a popular hangout for the local residents, but also a secret clearinghouse run by ex-Griffin dolls to help their colleagues obtain information and seek help. After many years, the cafe was gradually put down roots and flourished. It is entirely due to the efforts of the dolls who run it. Springfield nods to Centaureissi and smiles. Well, being able to see you this relaxed proves that my hard work hasn't gone to waste. Of course, I'll be continuing my best with you from here on out, manager. I'll be counting on you. Smile. Smile on her face. It's adorable. That said, they are here today. But in that case, we won't need to worry anymore about the security situation. Indeed, right now Zucchero is probably the safest place in the entire city. This also means I'll be able to put all my focus onto the day's tasks. After all, the preparations for today must be handled with the utmost rigor. You have a point. Let me help you too. Centaureissi nods. Springfield steps behind a nearby cabinet and quickly dons an apron before helping to portion out the desserts Centaureissi has made before placing them into the cold case. Seemingly spotting something of note, Springfield pauses as she tops off the milk in the coffee machine. Then she leans in close and takes a sniff of the grinder hopper. Oh my, are the beans in the machine from your private reserve of black ivory coffee? These things are too precious for most merchants to sell, even in the satellite city. As I recall, you saved up many collapse pieces to buy them. Are you going to use them all today? Upon hearing Springfield speak, Centaureissi's face flushes a faint pink. Yes, I would like to make the best possible coffee I can today. Centaureissi turns the calendar on the counter to a new page with a thoughtful look on her face. Each box on the calendar is filled with entries for events in different styles of handwriting, such as meet with coffee bean supplier, trim lawn, and 100th Zucchero live, and so on. Meanwhile, today's box has only one word on it. Reserved. Ah, about that. Have you wrapped the gift for a customer yet? Of course. I've modified and cared for it in special ways, just so our customer will feel the full extent of the surprise you've prepared. Well done, Centaureissi. You've covered all the bases. I honestly don't know how the cafe would manage without you. You flatter me. All of this is just standard procedure. Oh yes, the cookies are almost done. Would you like to try them, manager? I think not. I have some other work I need to wrap up. The rest is up to you. I'll take care of it for you. Centaureissi doesn't say anything else, turning aside to let Springfield through, as though they've rehearsed this movement countless times before. Guess the gift? Well, I don't even know who it's being given to, so I'm not really sure what the gift would be. Springfield opens the door to the kitchen and pushes the cake flour on the shelf to one side before moving the syrup on the topmost shelf into another cabinet. After tidying the place up, she moves the cabinet aside, revealing a patch of wall whose colors are brighter on account of not being exposed to the sun as much as its surroundings. Finally, she knocks twice on the wall. The wall section creaks and then it suddenly splits open along a hidden seam, revealing a secret passage just large enough for a single person to pass through. In the dark, Springfield expertly feels her way along the wall and finds a switch on it. The light comes on and illuminates the interior. A huge display monitor dominates the cramped room and turns on with the lights, displaying several locations being monitored by security cameras. Springfield scans the images on the screen, then presses the intercom button below it. Right on time, Manager Springfield. We've managed to hire several very capable staffers recently, so I'm much less busy now. Have you got any new stock in lately? Of course I have. What do you want? I'll go with coffee beans. I'd like the sweeter kind. One of our regulars has developed a taste for them. Also, have you received the special blend that Macchiato sent over last time? Oh yes, I have. It was delicious. If you have more next time, I want it all. My, aren't we greedy? Can you blame me when your menu items are all excellent? Now then, back to business. That special guest I mentioned earlier will be visiting us today. I would like to ensure that nothing goes wrong with this meeting. As a supplier, can you provide the coffee beans today? Oh, looks like this guest of yours is quite the VIP. Oh yes, he's our most valuable client after all. I see, and here I thought you were joking when you mentioned it last time. You really are a kidder. I have always taken my work seriously. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Ah, if you insist, I do have some extra coffee beans that I can supply today, Manager. However, there will be an extra charge for a rush order like this one. Of course. We'll set our bill with you per standard procedure. Springfield soon receives a message. After she reads it, it automatically deletes itself. My, this does help a lot. Just as she's about to continue, an internal call suddenly comes over her communicator. Pardon me, but it seems we have a bit of a situation in the cafe. We'll continue this later then. The other party hangs up, and Springfield answers the call. She immediately hears a familiar voice. Manager, we've spotted several suspicious individuals approaching Zucchero. Should I deal with them? Springfield looks at the screen. Security cameras show several thugs swaggering down the street. Seems they're just troublesome guests, so we'll let Sharkery handle them. Did you hear that, Sharkery? Is it time for Sharkery's debut at last? It seems like there are some troublesome guests to the northwest of the cafe. Please take care of them. Will do. Sharky will give each and every one of them a perfect show. On a building roughly 1 kilometer away from the Zucchero Cafe, Macchiato is lying prone behind a set of guardrails on a balcony, concealed by a camouflage cape. After hearing the voice through her communicator, she finally shifts her gaze away from the optical scope for a moment. As she watches the doll in the distance sauntering off with exaggerated dance-like steps, Macchiato grumbles to herself. Honestly, can we really count on her? While she is a civilian doll primarily intended for the entertainment industry, this young miss has been fitted with a really advanced fire control component. Usually she is the one who handles troublesome guests like these when you're not around. There's doubt written all over Macchiato's face as she continues studying Sharkery through her scope. Clearly, she is not convinced by Springfield's words. However, the suspicious individuals each face Macchiato's view over the course of the next few minutes. Looks like they were simply layabouts. Fortunately, they didn't pose a real threat. Trackery, how are things now? Explains why she's busted as a 4-star. Yeah, advanced control module, that'll do it. One moment, manager. This is the last of them. Sharkery's voice comes over the transmission. Hey, aren't you from that bar in the underground shopping street? Have you paid your protection money for the month? If not, you'll... Wait a minute. Are you a doll? Hey, you! Ow, ow, ow! Stay back! Run away! Run away! The sound of flesh being bludgeoned fills the channel. See? She's good at this. Guess tricking the enemy with her deceptive appearance must be part of how she gets the job done. What's this? Is that jealousy I hear, Macchiato? Hell no. Who would be jealous of a spoiled little brat anyway? Besides, all I need is a gun in my hand. And that's a wrap. Sharkery suddenly cuts into the transmission, striking a pose before proudly declaring her work is done. Manager, I finished my mission without a hitch. Sharkery, what's that behind you? In the video feed, an arm slowly reaches out from a dumpster behind Sharkery. Sharkery glances back and delivers a lightning-fast kick that sends the arm back into the dumpster. Hahaha, it's nothing at all. So you just threw them into the trash. Could have at least dumped them in front of the nearest police box. Oh no, my makeup's running. I need to go touch myself up. You have the stage now, Miss Macchiato. Have mod 18 plus? What? I don't know what that means, but welcome to the stream. Huh. Hey, wait. I can't believe it. She went and spouted a bunch of crap and walked off just like that. Called her back. You should come back too, Macchiato. He's not here yet, is he? Maybe I should keep watch until he sets foot in the cafe. Police will keep an eye on things for today. And besides, I'm sure you don't want to be stuck alone on a roof when he shows up, right? Fine, I got it. I'm coming back now, okay? Although she has an annoyed scowl on her face, Macchiato is already getting to work on her final task. First, she opens her terminal and refreshes her data links. Scenes from the cameras monitoring the streets around the Zucchero flash through her mind. Macchiato's neurocloud carefully parses and filters every suspicious individual and sound, as well as windows and vehicles that could be used to spy on them. The 14th check reveals no suspicious conditions. The surrounding streets are safe. Having reached that conclusion, Macchiato stands up and looks down from the highest ground in the city. As a professional sniper, she knows the layout of this place like the back of her hand. While this is a satellite city in the green zone, she can have a bullet in the opposition's skull within half a second of any threat exposing themselves, should the situation call for it. Considering what kind of occasion this day is, she does not want any unexpected interruptions. After verifying the situation, Macchiato disconnects the data cable that plugged into a floor port before returning her exquisite rifle into its violin case and leaping off the side of the building. 20 minutes later, after Zucchero's door chime rings for the last time today, the 4 members of the cafe staff are finally gathered inside the cafe. Thank you, Miss Macchiato. Your coffee is ready. Okay, thanks. Macchiato accepts the cup and gets a whiff. The rich scent of roasted caramel wafts into her nose. She gains a sip, and her tense nerves promptly relax. The bitterness is just right, and the foam feels very dense. In any case, at least you didn't try to mess with me and treat me like a kid. You know, you can just praise Centaureissi directly if you really want to. Were you expressing praise just now, Miss Macchiato? You see, the person in question has no idea what you're doing at all. What a pain. I'll be more careful next time. You're really good at catering to everyone's tastes, Centaureissi. This hot cocoa tastes super yummy, too. As I thought, rather than icky bitter coffee, sweet cocoa really does suit the super cute sharkery best. Kids are really easy to fool. Are you praising Miss Sharkery for being cute? Eh? What? Of course not. Looks like apart from lessons on cafe work, Centaureissi will also need to study up on speaking Macchiato's language too. I'll do my best. Why are you acting so serious about this anyway? Oh, look, Miss Macchiato's ears are red again. Perhaps she's trying to change the subject, or perhaps she's really bothered by something, but Macchiato turns to look outside the window as she annoyingly drums her fingers on the table. Speaking of which, isn't our guest here yet? The dolls all look outside. Crowds of people mill back and forth in the street, but the person they're all hoping to see hasn't shown up yet. The cookies will get cold if he doesn't arrive soon. Time ticks by, and as the sun rises, the anticipation in the girl's heart soon becomes worry. Did something happen to him on his way here? They don't want to speculate on the reasons for it. However, their guest has always been a very punctual person. The cafe telephone rings in the silence. Springfield heads over to the counter and picks it up immediately, as though she's been waiting for it all this time. As she raises it to her ear, she mimes a shuddering gesture to the other members of the cafe. Hello, this is the Zucchero Cafe. Would you like a reservation or a home delivery order? Oh, is this the password system you arranged with him? However, the voice on the other end of the line is not the voice they have longed for. Springfield immediately turns to put her back to the counter and gives the other three dolls meaningful looks. It's been a while, Miss Springfield. Dandelion has definitely changed. Alright then, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Does the fact that you have this comms code mean that you're with him? A wise deduction. And yes, I need you to help us out right now. You won't refuse us, will you? Please get to the point. Simply put, things have gone wrong as usual, and the threat level is code red. I've sent you the coordinates and a route. Whether or not he'll still be alive depends on how quickly you get there. See you later then, ladies of the Zucchero. After some silence, Dandelion hangs up. What? Seems our guest has encountered some difficulty on his way here. I believe we will need to make a delivery. Manager, will we be using the emergency action plan? One moment, please. While she has rehearsed this scenario in her neural cloud countless times, Springfield still wants to ensure that the plan goes off without a hitch. Macchiato, go with loadout number 1 and bring as much ammo as possible. After that, you will drive everyone to the objective location. Got it. Sharkry, can you ensure that our order is delivered? I believe you installed the relevant software already. No problem. Sharkry has gone through tons of sim training. And as for you, Centaureissi, I fear we will have to open that gift we were saving for our guest ahead of time. I apologize for that. I know you spent a lot of time preparing that surprise. That's fine. The gift exists because he needs it. Its value will be maximized if we send it right when it is required. Thank you. Just in case, I will stay in the cafe and provide remote support. If the worst should come to pass, I will activate our emergency measures. If that happens, do not return to the Zucchero. Proceed immediately to the backup safe house and meet there. Guess the gift? I'm guessing it's Centaureissi's gun or something. Or even her fire control core. If she doesn't currently have it. Understood. Please be careful too. I will. Centaureissi, please take care of everyone while you're outside. I'll make sure I keep everyone safe. So in return, please wait at home for our return. The Venetian blinds slowly close, hedging the sunlight outside the cafe, and the sound of the cafe door closing is drowned out by the clack 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 of rounds being chambered. A place which provides delicious foods in times of leisure, and one which protects that which is important in times of danger. That is what the Zucchero Cafe is. This is right before they come to help us.
見て見て一度試してみよう見張ってろショータイム見て見てえいいつでもどうぞ 勝利した事実よりも皆さんが無事帰還できたことが何よりの喜びです。
How long did the first one take? Oh, it's all just called Bitter Thorns and Daisies? No. Like, Promise Day. Zucchero's most important guest is about to arrive, which is us. We're the important guest. What, you don't like being called Omen? After this, I'm gonna finish the dishes, and then we'll come back and do some more. Because I don't think we're gonna do all the story in one day. If anything, it'll be 2 or 3 days. We'll do more tomorrow, And then if I might be busy Wednesday, but we'll try to get it all done. Tomorrow I'll be streaming it later, probably. Maybe I'll do it earlier, who knows. But there's gonna be a lot of streaming this week. It's probably gonna be mostly Girls Frontline. Two days until the event goes away. Good to know. Like, we can always just pull it up on YouTube if we're a little late. 2 kilometers due west of the Intercontinental Railway transfer station. Black-colored IFVs drive out the mist, the autocannons in their turrets sweeping left and right, searching for enemies. There's a large pit in front of these IFVs. One of them comes to a halt about 50 meters away from the pit. After ensuring the situation is safe, its rear hatch slams to the ground. Black armored troopers cautiously dismount, turning on the powerful flashlights mounted on their weapons and illuminating the vast, seemingly bottomless pit before them. The sky starts to drizzle and the soldiers' bracelets start to turn yellow. However, the troopers ignore the rising particle density. After the squad disperses and takes formation, a red-haired woman emerges from the vehicle. She walks past the troopers and up to the pit. The troopers act like they don't see her, their guns raised as they continue watching their surroundings for danger. She raises a cigarette to her mouth and lights it before looking disdainfully into the pit and taking a puff. The rain unfortunately puts the cigarette out. The woman scowls, then tosses the cigarette to the ground before forcefully stomping it out. Bad sign, my ass. It's just the same shit, different day. Behind her, several more IFVs drive up to the pit. Black armored troopers quickly dismount and spread out to scan their surroundings. Soon they fill up the space in front of the pit. The badges on the black troopers proclaim them to be from the Mengi security, but their equipment and attitudes are markedly different from the average PMC grunt. The woman changes the channel on her radio and begins giving orders. Everyone listen up. This is a Hazard 3 assignment. Charlie, Delta, and Foxtrot teams head underground and carry out Plan C27. Bravo and Echo teams watch the perimeter. Alpha team stand by. Now, as for our ROE, she takes out another cigarette and lights it. After taking a puff, she pauses for a moment. Then the woman slowly exhales a cloud of smoke before giving her orders. Kill everything that moves. The black troopers are silent. The woman gestures and 3 teams of men immediately pivot and head into the pit, while the other 2 begin establishing a defensive line around them. The woman continues smoking her cigarette. The soldier behind her waits until she's done before walking up and asking her a question. Adjutant Lentine, why are we deploying 6 combat teams on a level 3 assignment? Because the brass paid to deploy 6 combat teams. Even so, don't you think 6 teams is a little much? Does the Black Op this time round really bother the brass that much? Just look. Lentine points at a terminal in her hand, which shows the view of a trooper's helmet camera system. She grimaces in disgust as she looks at the insignia on the wall, and she covers it up by lighting another cigarette. Paradius again. Squad leader shakes his head. They've been way too active recently. It's making us look bad too. You mean our nickname? Thanks to all this goddamn black op, even the rest of Mangi's security would rather die than let us help them. I mean, have you even heard the nickname they gave us? Omen. You don't look like it. We're the best of Mangi. We should be something like the Shining Edge, not Omen or whatever. Shining Edge. The woman suddenly laughs out loud, then cuts off her laughter by sticking a cigarette into her mouth. After taking a puff and getting her breathing under control again, she begins to speak. Frankly speaking, I actually like that name. Nobody who hears it is going to have any illusions about what we're going to do next. Rosartrist? She points to the squad leader's head. Say, Kenny, when you became a security contractor, did you actually think you'd be keeping anything safe? Of course not. Did you know? I really, really hate it when people go expecting something in me and then end up depressed and their expressions fall short. I keep hearing crap during missions like, aren't you here to save us? Or, how can you do this? And whenever I do, it makes me think that I'm just a parrot in a cage. A parrot? Because everyone thinks you should be saying what they expect you to say. Nothing else triggers as a proper word to them. It's just noise, like a rooster going awk awk or something. Kenny is momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just then a voice comes over the radio and two of them end their chit-chat to look at their terminal. Adjutant Latine, we're closing on the target now, preparing to enter. Switch off all the security cameras and leave one patched directly into our comms channel. Do not record any imagery from this location. Roger. Have Delta block off the entrance. Foxtrot will cover you. You all use your explosives. Roger. Time for work. Lentine tosses the cigarette butt aside and heads for IFV, with Kenny trailing behind her. Once they get inside, the monitors inside the vehicle show the positions of the combat team members who have entered the tunnels in view from their body cams. On that screen, the black troopers are moving from the elevator platform towards a huge smashed gate. They enter the one beyond, covering each other in a leapfrog fashion. The room inside contains several dozen huge culture tanks with human body parts enmeshed with plant tendrils folding in the culture solutions. The power source in the middle grows dimly. Whoops. We found multiple samples. The power has been shut off. There might be a contact risk. Stay away from those tanks. Inform all teams that the assignment's hazard level has been upgraded to 2. Understood. I'll let them know right away. Looks like their ritual site is down there. It's not often that there's one so close to a green zone. These lunatics are getting wilder and wilder. Don't let your ethics cloud your judgment. We take money to solve problems. We're just goofers for a small independent PMC. Take Bravo off sentry duty. Have them go down there to support the others. Got it. I'll contact them. Kenny keys his radio and gives orders to the combat team on the perimeter. Lentine's eyes are focused on the screen. The images of the camera continue moving as the troopers take plastic explosives out of their backpacks, which they plant in various corners of the room. No life forms detecting nearby. Charges have been set, awaiting further instructions. Proceed for... Yeah! There's a shout from behind and the image shakes violently. The viewpoint quickly turns to the rear, where a trooper in the back has been impaled through the forearm by a thorny plant stem from one of the culture's tanks. A trooper tries to escape, but the stem burrows deeper into his flesh. Purple liquid oozes out of the stabbed area, and the trooper's arm immediately swells up. The man beside him draws a knife from his waist and promptly chops off the wounded man's forearm. The stabbed soldier walks in agony, staggering back from his pain and shock. His teammates pull out a medkit and administers a styptic and painkillers. The camera view shifts to the plant that is still burrowing deeper into the severed arm. A white-colored mist sprays in front of the camera. Abnormal contact has occurred. One man has been injured, suppressing with liquid nitrogen. The vegetation soon freezes over. Unable to bear the weight of the forearm, it falls to the ground and splinters in many pieces. How many times do I have to tell you not to approach those tanks? Lentine sighs and rubs her temples. Will do. Lentine leans back into her chair and addresses Kenny in a mocking tone. Must be one hell of a knife, especially with armor like that. Can increase BGM for inner. We'll do it after. We'll increase it just a bit. I just don't want it to be too loud. Well, lucky him. For the low price of half an arm, he gets to collect a big fat compensation paycheck. That guy who was wounded was probably Maseo. He's been with us for close to 10 years. Close to 10 years? It's been that long already? You know, when I get sick of being an adjutant, you should take over. I'll go join a combat squad and with some get some random little injury. When the time comes, I'll make sure you give me a nice face, Boris. Enough to retire with. Yeah, alright, adjutant. Who else would be kind enough to share their compensation with someone else? You mean you wouldn't share yours with me? Hell no. Wow, pretty much. Lentine pouts to express her displeasure, but they've been through this routine so many times before that Kenny doesn't bother following up on the old gag with her. How many more rooms are there which need bowling? Identical indicators show that there are 2. Looks like there's a whole mess to back up for us today. Or black op. Suddenly, Lentine pulls off her earpiece. Kenny is about to speak, but she signals for him to stop. Did you hear something? I think it sounded like a helicopter. A helicopter. The squad leader removes his earpiece, listens carefully, and then shakes his head. Not a thing. What happened? Our intel didn't mention anything about aircraft does. Nope, you can. I mean, it's perfectly normal for people to use aircraft without filtering the permission for an underground region like this. Lentine frowns and puts her earpiece back on, but she continues speaking in an unhappy tone. I have a bad feeling about this. Adjutant Lentine, we just got a transformation from Bravo. They found an elevator that wasn't mentioned in the intel. There's a large thermal signature coming from a chamber below the elevator. I'll patch in a video feed from over there. The two of them turn back to the screen. It flashes, then its perceptive changes. This time the viewer is looking into the pit with thermal hunger. Give me the size and composition of the thermal signature. Oh, one moment, please. It's again complete. I'm picking at least 40 kilometers in a massive thermal source, making it at least 5 units or more. Five units. So it's a boojum then. So they summoned us even before the ritual was complete. That doesn't happen often. The sound of gunshots come over the transmission, seemingly from a long distance away. I hear gunshots. All teams, stay alert. Who are you engaging? Hang on, there's nobody. None of the teams have engaged anyone. Then something must have happened underground. Delta, finish planting the explosives. The rest of you, head deeper into the pit. The assignment's hazard level is now 1. All personnel, prepare to engage a boojum. Understood. Well, that answer is simple enough. There was always an added hint of nervousness in the man's voice. The one trigger word you should never say. I have a bad feeling. They're calling this a hazard level 3 mission even though there's a boojum present? You're wondering why they shelled out so much, right? Looks like you got your answer. Still, even if the Faben group is in charge of things, a boojum is so close to the green zone is going too far. Forget it. This isn't any of our business. Have Alpha prepare themselves. We'll be... Suddenly they hear bullets strike the exterior plate of the vehicles, followed by an emergency transmission of the radio. Guess it's Echo. We've engaged unknown dolls. They're attempting to enter the underground chamber. Dolls? How many? Unable to estimate. They have a sniper. 2 of our guys have been hit. We're pinned down. God damn it. Kenny, get the IFV over and give them fire support. Oh, why now of all times? Rhino 2, Rhino 3, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you returning fire? What? Your optics were destroyed. You shower of useless assholes. Must I do everything myself? Kenny climbs to the gunner's seat and prepares to manually control the autocannon for the attack. However, the sound of a crisp impact from outside the vehicle and the gunner's monitor in front of him promptly bursts into a ski of static. Well, I am not reading correctly today. What? Don't waste your time. We aren't going up against ordinary dolls, Alpha. Move up. We're moving in fast. I'm approaching the coordinates Miss Dandelion sent us. I see some IFVs here. It might end up being a threat to us. I've destroyed their optics. They shouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. Got it. Ready to break in? Yeah, give me 30 seconds and I'll be at your position ASAP. Sharkery, stay inside and keep the engines running. Prepare to head out at any time. So I won't get a chance to shine? Not unless you want some 25mm ventilation in your frame. Okay, but don't take your time. Yeah, macchiato's great. I'm gonna let this play out while I get a drink. Trying to wake myself up a bit. Because I don't know why I was feeling tired there. We can't hold them, Adjutant. Those dolls made it underground. That fighting sound. Such capable T-dolls. This is Bravo. We made contact with unknown T-dolls. They got a lot of firepower on their side, requesting backup. So there are T-dolls underground as well. Looks like things are becoming more and more interesting. Interesting? Leave 3 people behind to tend to the wounded. Everyone else, follow me. We're going after those dolls. Got it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pit. How many more enemies are there? There should be at least 50 according to the scans, right? Is there another way? As you can see right now, I'm just a diner. Look, I'm being serious here. This is a recap on the last event. In that case, we should be able to solve the problem handily once our reinforcements arrive, right? Reinforcements? Where are we getting reinforcements from? Just then, I hear a familiar yet unfamiliar voice in my earpiece. The moment I do, I know that we've been tossed to lifeline. Master, do you read me? I do like how in this event story the enemy force is competent, it's just that the commander and their dolls are just that much better. Oh yeah. And the commander soloed some of them too. Unclear. We've received Miss Dandelion's distress signal and now approaching your location. Macchiato's come too. Wait for us, Commander. Don't you dare die down there. Looks like my number's not up just yet. Dandelion, give me Centaureissi's location. Already sent. The enemy's weight of fire is massive. The sooner we're out of here, the better, considering we don't know if more enemy reinforcements will show up. I quickly glance through the signal icons on my terminal. Centaureissi and the others are approaching fast. From their position, I can count on them to help me pincer the enemy. However, we'll need to take Helena back from the Bujum first. Remember earlier when he only had a pistol? Yeah. That's what I was hinting at. Like, he only had a pistol and Colfine with him at the time. But he managed to solo 20 of them. I look around. Diane is hitting the enemy with everything she's got. Colfine and the Helena she's protecting are looking at me with frightened eyes. We don't have much room for error, but I am certain that even after all this time, the dolls can still work together. There's no more time to hesitate. I quickly decide on my next move and give my orders. Diane. Commander? I need suppressive fire from you and Jing Yu in that direction to draw their attention. Our reinforcements will flank from them from behind and will break out through their location. Ah, yes. Dandelion, help commute the ideal attack route for Diane and Centaureissi and send it to them. Already done and sent. Centaureissi, give me a sit rep once you get in position, then wait for my go. Yes, Master. ETA is 1 minute. Diane, keep laying down fire. When I give the word, we'll make for a break for a more open area and draw the enemy attention. Jiang Yu, can you and your big sis put on a good show to distract them? No problem, just leave it to me. That's all I needed to hear. And who might this be? Her name is Zhao Hui. She's a friend of ours. Got it. How about this? You look pretty agile. So can you help bring Helena back to us? I'll have Dandelion disable Helena's defense systems. That's Diane and Jing Yu's commander for you. Already giving orders without hesitation, even though this is the first time we've met. Hey, if you can't handle it, I can do it instead. Of course I can. Should I head out now? I'm glad you're willing to help out. Wait for my signal. I look up at Helena, who's still floating in the air. She's watching us struggle with a look of amusement on her face. I pay her no further attention and look down at the Helena in front of me. You're Helena too, right? Yeah. Do you want to live? I can't die yet. I see the determination in her eyes, and then I turn to Colfine. Protect her. She's also Helena. Okay. Colfine reaches down to support the Helena beside her and looks up at the airborne Helena. So our Helena. Relax, she'll be fine. Saying so, I turn to look at the hovering... That's supposed to be Diner Gate. Oh, Dandygate, because Dandelion. Never mind. Moving on. You can do it, right, Dandelion? As you wish. After I give my orders, the dolls all look at me. I take a deep breath and wait for the transmission to come in. Master, we've reached our attack position, waiting for your command. Got it. Everyone, go! Centaureissi and Macchiato suddenly drop down onto the elevator platform at the bottom of the shaft while their black armored enemies are focused on firing in the other direction. They suddenly open fire, cutting the black troopers down before they even know what's going on. The dolls soon take the position that the enemy once occupied and begin providing us with cover fire. The Dandygate flies up to Helena, who seems unhappy. The spherical defense systems begin to glow, but Dandelion seizes control of them before they can finish charging up. Now time for bed, kids. You. Before she can finish, the three spheres glow and then revert to their box form, which encloses Helena. Zhao Hui, go now. Got it. Zhao Hui throws out a grappling line and immediately springs toward high ground while Diane and Jing Yu rush toward Centaureissi. Run! Everyone breaks into a mad dash, with Centaureissi and Macchiato pinning them down The enemy's volume of fire is significantly reduced. I'm running at the group's head while Kolfin and Helena follow close behind me. Diane and Jing Yu bring up our rear. As we approach Centaureissi, I notice the flickering of flashlights in a tunnel off to our side. Master, incoming enemy reinforcements. It's my blind spot. I can't hit them. Cover the commander. Diane and Jing Yu immediately rush to the head of the group and turn to face the enemy reinforcements. Jing Yu presses on my shoulder to get my head down while she and Diane block the bullets from the side. The two dolls mount a fighting retreat away from the enemy. Dazzling flashes of light erupt as bullets splinter and fragment against their frames, but they grit their teeth and continue returning fire. Looking up, I see that Zhao He has taken the Helena box out of the air and she's using her grappling line to break the enemy with fire one-handed as she swings through the air, briefly throwing them back. Go, now! As the enemy fire falters, we begin another sprint towards Centaureissi's location. Zhao Hui makes a hard landing beside us, and the Dandegate follows closely behind her. Centaureissi, use this. Macchiato picks up a smoke grenade from one of the black armored corpses and tosses it to Centaureissi. The two of them prime their smoke grenades and throw them out. They don't have a body backup like in an anime story. I think what you mean is backup body, which if they got like the same model frame, they would technically have a backup. But at the moment, we don't know if they have one, so correct, they don't have a backup. And thankfully, they can take the punishment. The two smoke grenades hit the ground and clouds of white smoke obscure us. Everyone gets behind cover. Perhaps it's because they can't see us anymore, but the enemy gunfire suddenly stops. Centaureissi, Wa2K, thank you for your support. I'm called Macchiato now. It was an honor, Miss 95 and 97. Are you alright? We're fine. Our frames are still functional, but we should leave ASAP. A look at the dolls. Diane's shoulder and head are damaged, while Jing Yu has two big holes in her thigh. Centaureissi and Macchiato help them onto the platform elevator. Kolfin holds a panting Helena as they make their way forward, while Zhao He struggles with dragging the heavy box on her back. I run onto the elevator too. It groans and rumbles before slowly grinding into movement. The dolls keep their weapons pointed the way we came, but no enemies follow us. The thunderous gunfire that surrounded us just now has suddenly vanished. The surroundings are quiet except for the noise of the elevator. For some reason, I don't feel the joy of narrowly escaping death. On the contrary, a sense of foreboding fills my mind. Shakari, are there any enemies at the position we entered from? Not right now. Are you sure? This is important. Sharky's been watching through his telescope all this time. Alright then, start the ignition. We'll be there in 5 minutes. You have a vehicle outside? Yeah, it was supposed to be a surprise gift. Wait. So the gift is a vehicle? A gift? But... Macchiato, bad news. I'm seeing a ton of IFVs heading toward your location. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Isn't that all the IFVs we saw just now? What should Sharkry do? Prepare to engage. Commander, there are IFVs trying to intercept us. Should have known they wouldn't let us go so easily. Master, I have a plan. Guess? You can't just ask me to guess something like that. I don't know what kind of vehicle the commander has had in the past. I didn't play Girls Frontline 1. They got us many gifts. They're really excited to see us and help us commit war crimes. Fleeing pursuit. Black helicopter? Adjutant Latine, look out. The red-haired woman is caught off guard by the green-clad doll suddenly jumping across her path and forgets to duck. Kenny tackles Lentine to the ground, and the bullets that would have hit her square in the chest instead slam into the man's back plates. The other troopers immediately stop shooting and drag the two of them into safety. The woman gets to her feet and immediately checks on the squad leader's wounds. Kenny, are you alright? Hell if I know. She quickly inspects the place where he was struck and finds a bullet stuck between two of his ballistic plates. Get up already. It's not gonna get you What? Also, wait, what? Oh, shit. That's right, I pulled my computer closer and it must have pulled out the plug. Is it charging now? Yeah, it's charging now. That was close. I saw a battery low pop up. I'm like, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Thankfully that message pops up, or I would have dropped this. The stream would have just dropped out of nowhere. Doll can get pregnant. It's not even the doll that I'm worried about. It's Kenny. What kind of... What is this? Woman kicks the squad leader. After realizing he wasn't injured after all, Kenny scrambles to his feet. Lentine pays him no further heed. Instead, she peers out from behind their cover. The smoke cloud has fully spread out. She can't see anything. Adjutant, we've lost sight of the target. Should we pursue? Give me a casualty report. We've got 12 KIA and 25 WIA, which is wounded in action. Losses are serious. Goddamn motherfuckers! After them, I want them all to burn in hell. Calm down, Adjutant. We're at a huge disadvantage fighting dolls at this range. Lentine trembles with rage. She pulls out a cigarette and takes a deep drag from it to calm herself down. After a brief period of contemplation, her reason wins out over her emotions. Bravo. Evacuate the wounded. Everyone else from the other teams who can still move. Form up into a squad and follow me. We're heading up to the surface to wipe them out. Once we get out of the underground levels, blow all the charges. Yes, ma'am. Kenny, have everyone from Echo who's still alive drive the IFVs over to block off the exit those dolls are using. Stop them no matter what. Even if it means having to physically hit them with your cannon barrels. I'll contact them right away. The attack and losses sustained here have far succeeded anything she has expected. Meanwhile, it's very hard for her not to imagine what happened here after looking at the corpse of the Bujum in the deep pit and that of the woman in black outside it. What the hell am I even fighting for? Lentine mutters to herself, a mix of emotions in her heart. Then she casts aside her cigarette butt and vanishes into the darkness of the tunnels with the rest of her men. This is Rhino 4 hailing Rhino 1. We've picked up Echo and we're heading for the tunnel entrance. The few remaining black armored troopers file into the IFVs. The rear hatches close up and the engines roar loudly. One copies. We're falling behind you. Ready to cover you anytime. The two IFVs stop at the entrance of the tunnel. It is wide enough that they can drive it in side by side. The remaining three IFVs are parked outside the entrance, flanking it with their autocannons pointed into the opening. All their targeting optics are riddled with bullet holes, forcing the crew to pop their hatches and physically view their surroundings. The vehicle's headlights turn on. One of the vehicle commanders signals in advance and the two lead IFVs drive into the tunnel. Rhino 4, let the infantry scout the surroundings. Don't let yourselves get flanked and ambushed. 4 copies. They're on high alert. The black armored man emerge from the vehicle, guns held at the ready as they eye the area around them. This is Lentine. The enemy is taking the elevator up. Head to the top elevator landing and intercept them. Smash them to bits. 4 copies, Adjutant. You heard her. Pick up the pace. Copy. Accelerating now. The IFV picks up speed, crushing crates and corpses underfoot. The black armored troopers notice that the crushed corpses have Meiji security written on their gear, but the rapid movement soon carries them out of sight. Stopping at the end of the tunnel, the IFV headlights cast a clear glow ahead while the elevator platform noisily makes its way up the shaft. The spinning yellow lights and alarm klaxons are a constant reminder to the IFV's crews and compliment that the elevator is about to arrive. The elevator platform is stacked high with various crates. The IFVs turn their turrets to cover it as it comes into everyone's view. Open fire! Open fire! Roger. Commencing attack. While they can't see the enemy's position, the IFV gunners pull the triggers on their hand stations without hesitation. The IFV's autocannons and coaxial machine guns open up in unison. The tremendous power of their large caliber rounds shredding the boxes and crates on the platform to pieces. The autocannon rounds even pierce the platform itself and turn its center into Swiss cheese. The plumes of smoke from the gunfire cover the entire platform. It's only after 10 odd seconds of this withering barrage that the IFV finally cease their attack. Cease fire, cease fire. Do you have visual contact? Unable to determine, there's no way anyone could survive that. Gah! A sharp blade slashes through the neck of the speaking trooper. He stares incredulously at the maid-attired doll who has appeared behind him. Blood splurts from his severed carotid and jugular. He tries with all his might to stop the bleeding but fails, and he collapses limply through the turret hatch and into the vehicle's interior. Ambush! Ambush! Drop off your troops! Ah! Another doll descends from the ceiling, landing heavily on the turret. The crewman nearest to her tries to pull out a pistol and shoot, but she kicks his head so hard it spins a full 360 degrees around his neck. What the hell's going on? Report! Been ambushed. Disembark and form up now. These descriptions are almost as detailed as the feat. Yeah. That was pretty descriptive. Don't shoot. We'll capture one of the IFVs and wipe out the rest of the enemies. Roger that. Commencing operation.
いっそ試してみよう。身が立ってろ。ショータイム。見て見て。えい。汚物は消毒。
Always got to enjoy a story that isn't great on getting some kills.
喜んで。えい。えい。楽勝よ。喜んで。こっちこっち。
Fighting T-Dolls seems to be absolutely unfair for human fighters with the things they can do. Oh yeah. Thanks, Centaureissi. Those autocannons would have shot us to bits if it wasn't for your warning. Climbing up a tiny platform was a piece of cake. Those people were totally underestimating us. Just before the IFVs arrived, the dolls had already carried me and jumped up to the elevator landing, where we hid in a side tunnel. Meanwhile, Jingyu and Centaureissi lay in ambush on the ceiling, waiting for the enemy to deliver themselves into our net. There was no way those enemies would have given up so easily. Macchiato engaged their IFVs when we arrived here, so my guess was that they would have used them to head us off. You think you can thank yours truly for destroying their optical systems. Otherwise, they would have never exposed themselves like they did. Good point. We would have had a much harder time if they had buttoned up in their vehicles. Those metal boxes are a real pain. Seeing how proud Macchiato looks, I nod in her direction to show my approval. She was blushing too. Still, staying here is too dangerous. I gesture for the dolls to gather up so we can begin planning our next move. Thank you, everyone. You were a godsend. Come on, let's mount up. I'll handle the driving. Miss Dandelion, would you mind helping me download some driving software? On it. Centaureissi climbs into the driver's seat while the other dolls chuck the corpses out of the vehicle before filling up the passenger compartment. Centaureissi finishes downloading the IFE driving software just as everyone finishes taking their places. Just as she begins to reverse, however, a massive explosion comes from deep within the underground complex. Damn it, we must be trying to blow up the place. Hurry, we need to get out of here. Yes, master. Centaureissi floors the accelerator on the IFV, and it lurches forward. The tunnel behind the IFV begins to disintegrate in its wake, and chunks of debris fall from the ceiling like stone rain. Rhino 4, come in, Rhino 4. Echo Team, do you copy? I think they're all dead. Son of a bitch! All remaining Rhino units, listen up. Seal off this tunnel exit. The tunnel is collapsing faster and faster, but Centaureissi is already driving as fast as the IFV can go. From her perch inside the turret, Macchiato spots more IFVs waiting to ambush us, but there's no way we can slow down now. Sharkery, get over to the tunnel exit right now. We need backup. Go with plan 1. Weapons free. Weapons free. Is it time for Sharkery's exciting performance at last? Yay! We slam into a wall of lead from the IFVs outside the tunnel, forcing Macchiato to duck back inside the turret. In front, bullets, cannon shells, and all manner of ordnance throw up an endless rain of sparks as they ricochet off the IFV's armor. Behind us, the collapsing tunnel surges forward to consume us all. Suddenly, a tremor of whirling blades shakes the air from behind the IFVs that are outside the tunnel. A helicopter armed with rocket pods has just arrived in attack position. It's a chopper! There's an attack chopper out there! A what? Hang on, we're almost there. The black-clad soldiers are running through the wilderness at top speed. The exit behind them belches flame from the demolition charges as they sprint toward the other one. Quick! Shoot it! Shoot it! The IFV's turrets begin swiveling, but it's too late for them. The helicopter hovers in midair, then a volley from its rocket pods turns the IFVs into burning wreckage. The IFV from inside the tunnel roars out in the open air and bashes the flaming wrecks aside, trailed by an explosion which completely destroyed the tunnel in its wake. As the flames chase it, the IFV carries on toward a small hill in the distance while spewing black smoke. The helicopter gracefully bangs to the side and flies past us, landing on a hill where we're headed. Once we get there, Centaureissi puts on the brakes and I emerge from the IFV. While I can barely open my eyes because of the downwash and grit, what I do manage to see still shocks me to the core. Nothing could be more familiar to me than the black helicopter before me, except perhaps for the worn but still legible insignia on the side. The shield of G and K. Wow. So Centaureissi found a helicopter from 10 years ago? Or just one from the company? Get to the chop! Get to the chopper! No anti-aircraft? You can't expect everyone to be expecting aircraft. Hell, I don't even think these people were expecting dolls. There's no time to admire it though. The dolls pop the IFV hatches and begin climbing toward it. I help the dolls push Helena and the box into the cabin. In the distance, the black armored troopers have also gone to the high ground of their own. The woman who leads them anxiously gazes at the helicopter in the distance. God damn it! We won't be able to catch up with them. Kenny, do we have any rocket launchers? We do. Bring that chopper down. Yeah, they were confused that they heard a chopper in the first place. Give me a pair of binos. The woman takes the binoculars that one of her men hands her and looks through them at the helicopter. Range is 260 meters. Fire when ready. Through the binoculars, she sees the dolls pulling a human into the cabin. Human takes a seat on the lip of the passenger compartment. Lentine ups the magnification on her binoculars. When she sees the man's face, she suddenly freezes. Isn't he from Frankfurt? She immediately changes her mind and gives another order. Cease fire! Huh? However, the squad leader has already pulled the trigger. A rocket streaks out toward the helicopter. The helicopter immediately pulls up, trying to bank out of the path of the rocket. However, the intersection of its course and that of the missile has sealed the fate of the group on the helicopter. Firing. 2 shots ring out, piercing the rocket and throwing it off course, where it explodes in midair. What the hell? Shockwave from the rocket's explosion shakes the helicopter, but the pilot soon levels it out. It continues to pick up speed, trying to get out of this godforsaken hellhole. We still have enemies nearby. Find them. The helicopter's still in range. Should I keep going? As Kenny barks orders to his men, he raises another rocket launcher, waiting Latine's response. All units, take cover and wait for further instructions. Upon hearing the order, the black armored troopers obediently remain still and make no further movements. In the distance, the helicopter picks up speed and fades from sight. Meanwhile, the hidden shooters do not reveal themselves. So they were just covering the escape then. 2 gunshots, 2 people. Shoves the binoculars back into Kenny's hands, and then takes out a cigarette and lights it. The surviving men in black remain silent, as though waiting for Latine's next order. A moment later, she throws the cigarette aside without so much as taking a drag on it and turns to address Kenny. Contact HQ and tell them the mission is complete. Then inform personnel and have them pay out the maximum compensation to our fallen men. Kenny nods. When writing your combat report, attribute all of our personnel and material losses to the battle with the Bujum. Do not mention anything about the battle with those dolls. What? Then find the most reliable underground broker you can. I need information. Lots of information. With that, Latine heads into the distance, ignoring Kenny's questions. The sounds of the world begin to fade away as she loses herself in thought. There's only one thought left in her mind. Why? 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 Driven by that thought, she sets out on a mission of her own.
昔みたいに私に感謝するといいわ。
It's an old chopper we used in the first game. I think they explain a bit later how she managed to keep it. Really? It's actually the original helicopter. God, I wish that entire section was animated. I think we wish a lot of these things were animated, to be honest. But they can't animate everything. That's the problem. Safe house. Here you can freely share your secrets. We will continue this when I get back from doing dishes. So just give me a second. We're gonna go to this real quick. Let's change that to... There we go. There we go. I will be back. I shouldn't be too long. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about the wait. I just had to get that done before people got home. Let's see. What have you been saying? Probably would have if they had the time, but since this story was rewritten, they couldn't do much like had voice acting. True. Not only that, but so far the general play here seems that they use saving cutscenes animations for bigger events such as Glass Island and soon Felion. I can understand that. Chad thing Mika could do is that when adding it to the past events tab, they go above and beyond to make up for it. I just hope they add them to the past events tab. Girls Frontline 2 want to know Umbrella Virus and M4A1 story. What? Mind control dolls. Welcome back. Oh, welcome back. Hey, I'm back. I was just catching up on chat. Alright. Back to story. We have 2 hours left until the maintenance starts. And that's when I'll end stream. And then do more tomorrow. A helicopter rises to the clouds and reaches its cruising height. I get back inside the cabin and close the door, whereupon the active noise-canceling system installed in all Griffin helicopters engages and excludes all outside noise. Also, I did see that the last message, by the way, before I left, was this is the helicopter used to deploy the dolls. And I was like, oh, I do remember that. The silent surroundings made me realize that I've left the combat zone. And it is only then that I realize that my hands are trembling, a feeling that is slowly rising up my arms. I clench my fists, doing my best to stabilize my heart rate. And then I begin considering the current situation. Based on what I saw just now, the involvement of Paradius, those PMC troops, and the other Helena are all very unnatural. What on earth is Dandelion trying to pull? Where is she trying to steer all this? I look at the flying Dandygate and think about how to get a straight answer out of her. That missile headed at us clearly did not explode for no reason. From its trajectory and the position where it exploded, someone must have shot it down. In other words, someone secretly saved us, but who could have done that? I ponder the question, but can't come up with anything, since I have no evidence or proof to support it. All I can do is set it aside for now. So where should we go next? I'll ask Centaureissi and Macchiato later. I'm sure they have plans of their own. Should I continue with this transport mission? I look at the box and the other Helena, who looks just like the one I know, but acts completely different. Once we get to a safe place, I'm going to have a good long chat with her about what happened before we got to her. After this brief period of contemplation, I look around the inside of the cabin. This is a standard issue Griffin transport helicopter. Judging by its stability in flight and the normal operation of its noise cancellation, this chopper has most likely been maintained as active duty spec from 10 years ago. While the fittings are a little old, they're all pretty much standard issue from back then. Even the first aid kit is the same place. Macchiato heads over to the co-pilot seat and talks to a doll I've never seen before about her flight path. Centaureissi takes the first aid kit from under the seats and begins treating the wounds of the dolls who were damaged in the battle just now. The dolls begin exchanging their names and rejoice over surviving that battle just now. I look at Colfine. She's trying to strike up a conversation with the other Helena, but the latter does not respond in any way, only looking down at the box. She looks uneasy, but I can tell that she's trying to rein in her emotions. She's been secretly observing everyone since we got on the helicopter and thinking about something. The boxes have been secured to the cabin floor. Zhao Hui looks worriedly at it, then looks up at the hovering Dandegate. Say, this box isn't going to suddenly change back to its sphere form, right? I've already assumed direct control of the box authorizations. That said, its occupant might be able to take back control. Who knows? Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly looks up and addresses the Dandegate in an earnest voice. She is already gone. I can no longer sense the lurking unclean. So she's gone. The Dandegate flies in front of the girl's face, its mono eye focusing on her, but the face reflected in its glassy depths does not change. Looks like there's no more danger then. Lucky us. But she has left her burden behind. The box cannot be opened for now. Why? Are you afraid she will replace you? You should not do that if you do not want her to die. After saying that, the girl lowers her head once again and remains silent, no longer listening to Dandelion's teasing. With a sigh, I look away from the conversation to the dolls. Centaureissi has just finished binding Diane's wounds, so I approach them and ask about their condition. Diane, Jing Yu, are you alright? You don't have to worry, Commander. They were merely flesh wounds. Yep, a band-aid or two and we'll be just fine. Diane's injuries aren't particularly bad, but Jing Yu has suffered a penetration injury through and through to her leg. Centaureissi kneels before her and starts administering first aid. She carefully extracts the bullet and its fragments, then fills the wound channel with packing epoxy and applies a synth skin patch over the entry and exit wounds. Jing Yu limbers up her leg and then nods happily to Centaureissi in gratitude. Seeing as Centaureissi has finished first aid for them, I decide to ask her the question that's been on my mind. So, what's the deal with this helicopter? Kind of slow in the uptake, aren't you, Commander? Can't you tell that this is a present that your subordinates prepared for you? Oh. Pop references then and there? Wait, where? Which part was pop reference? I don't get a lot of pop culture references here and there. The Dandegate shifts its position to directly over my head. I try to look up, but I can't see her. Is that true? Centaureissi puts the tools back into the first aid kit, then looks up at me with a smile. Indeed. We heard that you were working in the yellow zones all this time, so the manager and everyone in Zucchero decided to chip in and get this for you. Flesh wound? Oh. We were planning to present it to you when he came to the satellite city. However, the situation was urgent and we needed to get here ASAP, so we had to give it to you in this way. Do you like it, Master? Sudden surge of emotions leave me unsure of what to say next. As nostalgia assaults my brain and I look around, I feel like I've gone back 10 years in time. But after seeing the box on the ground and Helena beside me, I realize I am no longer in the past. Thank you, everyone. Don't forget to thank Springfield. It took her a lot of effort to acquire this transport helicopter. After Macchiato finishes talking with the pilot, she heads in from the pilot's cabin and takes a seat opposite me. Did she? And your name now is Macchiato. That's my name now, man. Make sure you remember it. I will, Macchiato. Is Springfield with you too? Yes, manager is waiting for us in CHE02. It's one of the satellite cities on the escort route. I look up to the Dandy Gate. It pretends that it didn't notice me looking. We should be safe now. Would you like to contact the manager? Yes, we should. Please put me through. Centaureissi adjusts the transmission frequency and patches the signal into my earpiece. Soon I hear a familiar voice through it. Hey, she's wearing her her future doll outfit when you pull for her. Oh my, Commander. It's been a while since we last spoke. Yes, it has. Sorry for making you go to all this trouble. Now, no need to stand on ceremony, Commander. Are things going well on your end? I guess not? You're as funny as ever, Commander. Judging by the fact that you're speaking to me over this channel, I take it you've already received your present. Combat outfit. That's the one. CHE01 Lollymon? I'm confused. Yes, although I have no idea how you managed to hold on to it for so long. It's definitely a big gift, though, and it's definitely appreciated. That's good to hear. I'll make preparations to receive you at the cafe. The cafe. I see. Speaking of which, I've brought a rather complicated bunch of guests with me. Will it be convenient for you? Miss Dandelion has already told me the details of the situation. As for those Helenas, they'll need special care. You may need to make some preparations before coming to the cafe. Preparations, you say? I understand. Oh yes, regarding the Elmo, I've explained the situation to Miss Mei Ling and asked her not to worry. You don't need to worry about the rest. I've already told the staff members what to do. Just get some rest along the way. We'll deal with with any problems that come up when you arrive at Zucchero. Well, that's Springfield for you. She's already taken into account all the things that were worrying me. I nod, then end the call after thanking her. As I take in the view outside the window, a wave of fatigue suddenly washes over me. Apparently, the sense of security I felt from knowing that I was surrounded by my dolls led me to relax unconsciously. I lean against my seat and close my eyes, allowing my consciousness to drift into the depths of my mind. Commander! Commander! An indistinct voice speaks into my ear. It sounds like Helena. I force my heavy-lidded eyes to open and focus my sight on the white-haired girl before me. There seems to be a film of condensation over my field of vision. Helena? That is not white hair, that is pink. Commander, we've arrived. I move my slightly stiff joints. I hadn't been expecting to be sleeping so soundly. Then I look around. Helena's the only one here. Everyone else is gone. Where's everybody? Commander. She bursts into tears. There, don't cry. What happened? I fumble a little as I try to wipe her tears, but she ends up grabbing my wrist instead. I never imagined a child could be so strong. I can't break free of her grip. Commander, save me. The Helenas, deceived, lies. Don't worry. Nothing else, you'll be safe by my side. But if you need my help, then you'll need to tell me everything, okay? Helena is still sobbing, but she nods. Suddenly, her pupils dilate, and the strength fades from her hand. I use this opportunity to regain control over my wrist. Right after that, white mist floods in from outside the helicopter. Helena begins muttering to herself, as though she's been summoned by something. Helena won't. I'm not traitor. Before she can finish, she turns and rushes into the mist. I reflexively follow her. As the mist clears, I grind to a halt as I see the seemingly endless expanse of epiphyllums before me. Countless Helenas are walking forward through the flowers. Oh, we're dreaming. The epiphyllums bloom, and petals fall like rain, or hallucinating. This beautiful scene is indescribably eerie. Helena! My voice shatters the silence of Helena's. As one, they instantly turn to look at me with vacant eyes. Only one of them has the same sad look on her face. You should not have come here. Then leave with me. We'll go together. Helena shakes her head. My destiny is here. Destiny. To hell with destiny. A thought flashes through my head. For some reason, I feel like if I let go of Helena, I'll lose her forever. You are kind, Commander. What on earth are you saying? I pick up the pace until I reach Helena. I need to get her out of this creepy place. I'll physically drag her away if I have to. However, no matter how much strength I use, Helena refuses to budge. The kind die. But you must live. Helena picks an epiphyllum beside her. The soft, lovely flower instantly transforms into a sharp blade that gleams coldly, and she stabs it into my heart without hesitation. I can't dodge the blow, but my chest doesn't hurt. It just feels cold. Helena weeps, and my consciousness grows hazy. I bolt upright, like I've been electrocuted. After gasping heavily for several seconds, I realize the Dandegate is perched on my chest. That must have been where the coldness came from. Were you dreaming? Upon seeing that I'm getting up, the Dandegate hops off my chest and takes to the air. I turn to look at the girl in the corner, then at the box, and quietly sigh. More like a nightmare. I think I was too tense. I'm okay now. Dandelion applies a circle around my head before descending before my face again. As long as you're fine. Get ready. We're about to land. Dandegate, Dandegate, Dandegate. I look outside the window again. The helicopter is approaching the city. The doll who Macchiato called Sharkery is speaking into the communicator. Seems she's talking to the local air traffic controllers. Hell of a nightmare. I mean, yeah. The kind die and then get stabbed. Yeah, that's... Not to mention all of the Helenas. We already have 2, and that's too many. Looking down, I notice that despite us heading straight for the city, the air defense emplacements on the walls are not tracking us, as though we're old friends. That takes me by surprise. It implies that this helicopter has been legally registered and has permission to use the city's airspace. The cost of obtaining such permission might actually be greater than the price of the helicopter itself. The helicopter slowly descends as we near the city, until we end up touching down on a small helipad near the city walls. It's crazy how expensive keeping this helicopter would be then. After stepping out of the helicopter, the massive quarantine walls fills my line of sight. As I look around, I notice that all the nearby security cameras are facing elsewhere, as several men in police uniforms approach us. Macchiato moves up to meet them and stuffs several black cards into their hands. The men nod before heading toward the helicopter. They walk past us as though we are invisible and enter the helicopter. Soon the helicopter lifts off and flies elsewhere. Come with me, Commander. Miss Diane, Miss Jing Yu, and Miss Zhao Hui. Sharkery will take you to the Zucchero Cafe. It is a safe place where you can rest for a while. Commander. Go rest. I'll come by afterwards. Diane nods as the trio of dolls head into a passage with Sharkery. Meanwhile, Macchiato enters a passcode into a nearby door before beckoning me over. I enter it with her, followed by Kolfine, who is holding Helena's hand. Centaureissi is at the rear of the group, carrying the box on her back. After passing through a rundown maintenance passage and taking a cargo elevator into an underground area, we arrive at a small storage unit. There's a 6-seater light truck inside it. We mount up in silence and drive it out of the storage unit. Guess that cafe makes a lot of money, but really I guess Springfield still has a lot of connections to do all this. Yeah, I also believe that maybe like Macchiato's or Sharkery is getting like odd jobs, or Centaureissi is getting odd jobs, while Macchiato is doing like other jobs, and then Sharkery is doing her idle job. So they could potentially be getting money from like different things as well. So it could be like a joint effort. They still have ties to G&K, so I would not be surprised at one bit, yeah. As we emerge from the underground area, the sunlight hits my face. It is sunset now, and the truck slowly climbs in a long spiral from the sublevels of the satellite city toward a higher elevation. As we go deeper into the city, more and more lights come on, but seems they're celebrating some sort of festival. Helena's eyes are drawn to the lights of the city. She seems to be trying to greedily devour them all in her gaze. Maki did say she's doing jobs in her event. I remember that. Yeah, I remember she's doing some sort of job. That's why I said odd jobs, because we don't know what kind of jobs she was doing. She was just doing jobs. Which could be anything. She's a doll, she can do a lot of things. All this must be fresh and new to her. I can practically sense the excitement and eagerness boiling in her heart. However, when she looks back inside the truck and sees the box on the floorboards, her eyes go dull again. She notices that I'm looking and turns to look me in the eye. On my part, I do not shy away from meeting her gaze. Then her mouth opens, as though she wants to say something, but then she hesitates. Instead, she turns away, looking neither at the city nor the box, but at her feet, and she seems to be waxing thoughtfully, probably. Probably contract killing. It's about her character background, given her hitman persona. I mean, yeah. But like, she'd have to like go through like maybe like a black market to do something like that. I don't know. Contract killing sounds like it would be hard to get a hold of more often. But I guess that would give her more breaks, and it probably would pay well. So maybe. An hour or two more changes of vehicles later, Macchiato drives into a skyscraper, whereupon we dismount and get into an elevator. As the doors open, we are greeted by a bright yet completely sealed room. Springfield is there. Clearly, she has been waiting for us for quite a while. Welcome, Commander. Did you enjoy your trip? It's part of her affinity story as well. Fair enough. And here I thought we'd run into a blockade or be subjected to a thrilling car chase. Looks like I was overthinking things. It would be terribly rude to subject you to something like that after you came all the way to Che 02. Well, that's our reliable cafe manager for you. Speaking of which, this isn't Zucchero, is it? I look around. We appear to be in a very high-end safe house, packed with all kinds of comms equipment and weaponry. Even the walls have been reinforced with ballistic armor plating. But of course, this is one of our hiding places. Used to be a high-end apartment. Yeah, I've renovated the interior, so it's quite secure against internal and external threats. Cherske? Or Cherkasy? Cherkasy? I don't know. After considering how important this little miss might be, I thought that it would be best to put everyone up here. Well done, Springfield. You really did think of everything. Looks like I made the right choice in picking you as our first stop. The Dandygate comes to a halt in front of Springfield and projects Dandelion's face. City in Ukraine? Ah. Gotcha. Why, if it isn't Miss Dandelion, I thought you'd be coming in person. With this body of yours. Oh, you know how it is. The commander couldn't spare me a proper frame, but wanted me to risk my life while slaving away for him. So I had no choice to make do with this Dandygate for now. Oi, that's enough nonsense out of you. Still the same old Miss Dandelion, it seems. Anyway, please help me charge up the Standygate. Its battery must be on its last legs after a whole day of flying around. I think I'll go take a rest myself. I'll leave the rest to you guys. The Dandygate flies above Springfield, and with a snap, it powers down and falls into her hands. Springfield finds a wall socket and plugs the Dandygate into it. Then she dusts off her hands before smiling at us. There's a room for everyone here. Let's all relax and take a break, yes? Springfield walks up to the girl. Now, as for you, Miss Helena, if you don't mind, would you allow us to lend you a hand? The girl doesn't answer, and Colfing directs a pleading gaze at me. It's fine. Let them handle it. You should get some rest too. We'll meet in the hall later. It is only after hearing me speak that Colfing lets go of Helena's hand. Centaureissi leads Colfing to one of the rooms and escorts her inside. Springfield smiles and holds out a hand to Helena. The latter doesn't take it, but she eventually nods after hesitating for a moment. Springfield then turns to say a few things to Centaureissi before the two of them lead Helena into another room. Before they leave, Springfield turns to speak to me. Commander, you should go rest up. We'll contact you once we clean her up. Right. After Springfield and company leave, the only people left are me and Macchiato. Let me take you to your room. Please do. Macchiato leads me forward, then stops in front of a door. I open it and see a guest room within. It's not too big, but it's luxury appointed. And there is a shower and a bathroom inside. This is a really fancy place. Guess that's a high-end apartment for you. The one I bought is way better than this. Huh? You've got a place of your own? Of course. Look, Commander, if, and I'm just saying if, she's blushing, if, it's nothing. Go bathe. You smell like fire. Oh. Oh, Macchiato, you're being so adorable and tsundere. Okay, I'm going now. I enter the room, and Macchiato closes the door with a click. I sigh heavily, then take off my jacket before laying down on the bed. I still feel very tired. Sleep is long incoming. After tossing and turning a few times, I decide to clean myself up and enter the bathroom for a shower. The clean room and comfortably warm water make me realize that I haven't been treated this well in a long, long time. As I spray myself with hot water from the shower head, I think back on the things that happened before this. One thing's for sure, I don't regret anything that happened. I feel much more refreshed after exiting the shower and drying myself off. Then, it's on with my clothes and back onto the bed again to wait for Springfield's summons. Just as I'm about to fall asleep again after many minutes, I finally hear Springfield's voice from my terminal. Commander, is now a good time? We finished preparations on our end. I throw on my jacket and head outside. Blood hasn't had a good shower for so long. Yeah. Who knows what they've been using? Maybe cold water? As I do, I see Springfield and the others waiting for me in the main hall. I notice that Helena's sitting on a sofa. The grime and bloodstains from earlier have been cleaned off and she's wearing a fresh set of clothing. Colvin is sitting by her side while Springfield is seated opposite them. Macchiato and Centaureissi are watching us from a distance. Hey, look at that. I glance over at Springfield and she moves aside with a smile. I walk up to Helena and then take a seat on the sofa opposite her. You look much prettier now. Helena blushes a little, and then she answers in a very quiet voice. The nice lady's helping me wash up. It was all thanks to Centaureissi's hard work. As for the clothing, the only thing we had, which was remotely in her size, was Sharkeria's outfits. So we hope you like it. Well, at least she looks like a normal girl now. Normal girl, huh? I rest my elbows on my knees, then lean forward to study Helena for a moment before I begin speaking. Need meet your real body, not hologram? I know you must have a lot of questions about us, just like how we have a lot of questions about you. I'm sure everything that happened just now must have come as a huge shock to you, but it's over now. So let's sit down and have a good chat. It wasn't much of a shock. Really now. Well, it wasn't much compared to what happened in the past. The girl frowns as she looks up to me. I look back at her without flinching, and she decides to take the initiative. Who are you people anyway? Where should I begin, huh? Well, I'm just a perfectly ordinary bounty hunter, and these dolls are all my ex-subordinates. They're all kind and friendly dolls, but I guess you already knew that. Helena looks at the dolls around her and nods. They're kind and friendly, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're good people. Why did you save me? Why did you bring me here? We were asked to escort Helena to a safe place where she can be cared for and protected. Escort Helena? I turn to look at the box on the ground. The girl's eyes follow mine. Someone handed that Helena to me, and so we ended up being attacked by all kinds of enemies each day, from Varjägers to Paradies and now Mangy Security. Since you're Helena too, I had no reason to leave you there. Reason? Is this why you fought Paradies and those mercenaries? Paradies has always been our enemy. I wouldn't have spared them even if I hadn't been tasked to escort Helena. As for those mercenaries, I don't have any particular grudge against them. That said, I have no reason not to shoot back when they shot at me. I guess you can't trust us just yet, huh? I look up and give Springfield a look. She steps forward and addresses the girl. Don't worry, this is a safe place. I can guarantee you that those Niters, Unitas, and Mangy Security people will not find you here. The commander you here fought Paradies 10 years ago, so you can feel free to tell us if there's anything on your mind or if you have any requests. Miss Helena, can I call you that? Or is there any particular way you want us to address you? There are 2 Miss Helenas after all. It would be best to make a distinction if you're going to stay with the commander. There's no need for that. I won't be disturbing you for long. Do you mean you're going to leave soon? But where will you go? I'm very grateful to you for saving me, but I'll take care of the rest myself. I sigh heavily. It seems this girl isn't as pure as innocent as our Helena, but behind her facade of grizzled independence are hints of a naive streak. I scratch my head, at a bit of a loss for how to go on from here. Even fighting 10 mangy security combat teams at once would be less of a headache than this. I'm just not used to handling kids. After thinking for a moment, I decided not to beat around the bush. It's probably time to get straight to the point. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to remember things like this now. But the things we saw in that underground facility today, they might be linked to all our pasts. And I want to sort this matter out. I want to uncover the truth no matter what. So that what happened back there will never happen again. So can you tell me everything you know about what happened down there? Why a village full of people would end up being snatched for use as test subjects? Why there was a Boojum and a Neater down there? What kind of ceremony were they conducting, and why Helena, that is to say you, exists? The girl listens silently as I rattle off a string of questions. She listens earnestly, but shows no indication to answer them. After a long silence, she speaks at last. Yeah, I'd rather fight fully grid PMCs rather than babysitting children. You shouldn't look any further into this. What do you mean? If you keep investigating, you'll end up like those people in the tanks. You'll end up dead because of me. I'll end up dead because of you. Is that why you don't want us to stay here? Because you were worried about that? She falls silent again. There's an anguished look on her face, one that I've never seen on Helena's face before today. Since they look identical, I can't help but compare her to the Helena who's been with us all this time. You look alike, but your personalities couldn't be any more different. She meets my gaze and practically shouts what she's thinking. I don't know how powerful they are, but you won't be able to get out easily if you get mixed up in this. From the moment I learned Paradius was involved in this matter, I knew that there was no way I could just stand idly by. Why don't you understand? You knew I wasn't your Helena back then. Why did you insist on taking me with you? You should have taken your Helena. I told you before, right? Since you're Helena too, there's no reason to just abandon you there. And if you aren't Helena, there's no way I'd leave a child in a place like that. Stop pretending to be a good Samaritan. The things surrounding me are darker than you can imagine. There won't be a good end for you if you get involved in it. Too many people have already died because of me. You can't have any more. Do you even understand what I'm saying? I get it, yes, but we aren't going to die because of you. You didn't kill those villagers, and neither did you kill those state sec agents. What? It's not your fault that they died. It's the fault of that cult and the people behind them. If you shoulder the blame for their sins, you'll just be letting the true masterminds get away with their crimes. He's right. Colfine, who has been silent all this time, suddenly stands up. Colfine? The followers of Herodias. They killed my sister. Just like they killed the people in those tanks. They don't need a reason or motivation to hurt others. They do it because they want to. So I can't accept what you're saying. I can't accept that you're taking the blame for hurting others when it's clearly those cultists at fault. I don't know what happened. I don't even know who I should be hating. But I want to do something. I want to change something. That's why I've been staying by Helena's side, no matter which Helena it is. My sister is dead, and she's not coming back. But maybe, if I try hard enough, the people who would have suffered like my sister did won't have to be hurt. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying this to you. The air in the room goes silent. After saying her piece, Colfine sits back down and says no more. Thank you, Colfine. I look at Helena, and I address her in as kind and as firm a tone as I can manage. Running away won't solve anything, and running away won't stop tragedies like that from happening again. I'm sure you understand that. But don't take everything onto yourself. Also, don't look down on us. You saw how we took out that Bujum and those mercenaries, right? We'll uncover everything about the Helena incident. Considering how that Helena mess ended up in my hands, I'm pretty sure you know how determined we are to interfere in this matter. She bites her lip. There seems to be a great struggle going on in her heart. Are you from State Sec too? Nope, but we can do more than they can. Helena thinks for a moment, and then she speaks at last. Well, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. My memories are limited to what happened in that village. Nietzsche and the Unitas called me Lord. Those villagers looked at me as a miracle created by God. They said I could help everyone find Cavitas, then lead everyone to freedom from pain and gain eternal life. Do you know what Cavitas is? No, I don't. But I heard that it's what everyone's been searching for. In order to find this Cavitas, they put me on those instruments and did all kinds of experiments on me. Experiments. More bloody experiments. Don't those parodious bastards have a single original bone in their bodies? Commander. Pardon me. What happened after that? After that, I learned that it was all fake. The villagers who were bathed in that so-called grace, they all became monsters. Colfine looks at me. So that's why. That's why Crifium. It all makes sense now. So that's a ceremony they were talking about. They controlled those monsters and turned them into the Bujums you were talking about. But I could hear the wailing and lamenting in their hearts. Ceremony made them obedient to me, but all I could do was give orders as that woman dressed in black commanded me. I didn't want to do this anymore, but there was nothing I could do except pray each day for a miracle to happen. And then someone actually came to save me, as though they were answering my prayers. One day, a group of people who said the same thing as you came to the underground complex. They said they were State Sec agents, that they were going to save me. I was so happy then. They took me out of the tunnels. They told me to wait for their pickup in the village, but in the end, they never came. At that time, I didn't realize that they were probably in those tanks. I had nowhere else to go. My only company was the lingering spirits of the fallen. And at that time, all I could do was pray, and then my answers were answered again. Another me descended from the heavens, shining brightly. So our Helena was drawn to you by your prayers? The girl hesitates for a moment, then she nods reluctantly. Yeah. I think she heard my call. The fact that these Helenas can speak to each other's hearts is something that's come up before. It seems that the similarities between them and Paradius's old Naito research warrants further investigation. Oh yes, there's one more thing. Who exactly is that person who possessed Helena? That consciousness who was talking to us? Why did you say she betrayed you? Our minds once lived in a sea of flowers. Back then, there were many, many copies of us. But we were killed by that voice. The memories of the Sea of Flowers told me that she was the first Helena. She did not accept us and wanted to kill us, so she would become the only one of her kind. We once had the chance to escape, but because of her betrayal, we were cast out of the Sea of Flowers. If it wasn't because of her, if I had just been more determined back then. She clenches her fists, and she scrunches up her face. Tears begin welling up at the corners of her eyes. I understand. Alright. You've said enough for today. Go get some rest. My questions have been answered, and what she said indicates that what happened before is essentially the same as what I theorized. Paradius took over a village, tricked its inhabitants into following their damn cult, used them as test subjects to fuse them with plants, which they later combined into a bujum, then tried to use the Helenas, who could hear psychic messages, to control them. Meanwhile, Niter and those cultists were responsible for protecting and controlling the Helenas. Mangy security are responsible for ensuring the perimeter was locked down. This was a comprehensive biological experimental setup. While I don't know what the aim of all those experiments is, it's perfectly in keeping with Paradius's way of doing things. Very much a Highlander thing. There can only be one. Yeah. That also makes me certain that those bastards haven't been completely stamped out yet. Let us handle the rest. I promise you that nobody else will get hurt again. Kolfin, stay by her side. Also, we need to check on the condition of the Helena in the box. Will do, Commander. Springfield, please take care of them. We have to discuss our course of action going forward. Understood, Commander. Please leave it to me. Springfield nods to me, and then she turns to the sniffing girl. Miss Helena, you haven't told us how you'd like us to address you. I think Helena is probably just a code name. I don't think you want to be called that forever, right? I wasn't given a name. Then, how about you give this little lovely lady a name, Commander? A code like D68 isn't much of a name after all. You want me to do it? In that case, scour my brain to try and come up with a nice sounding name for the girl before me. How does Melanie sound? It's not too bad. A guardian of souls. I'm sure that those infected villagers must have believed you could protect them even in the even in the most dire of situations. I couldn't do it then. But she looks up at me. Hey, she finally smiled. I think I understand the meaning behind that name. Please call me that from now on, Commander. This is an audio clip with resource ID Wolf, and I'm not saying those numbers. They've arrived safely. Our missing comrades were confirmed to be there as well, right? Yes, they were killed. But their deaths were not in vain, thanks to the commander's intervention. He's still as much as a busybody as always. Still, that's just how he is. You don't seem to approve. His methods are highly inefficient, though they are effective at times. I don't understand him, but so long as he doesn't interfere with our mission, I won't oppose him. Perhaps that's how humans think. He's just like she was, always so pretentious and very infuriating at times. It's high praise coming from you. However, my assessment is that we haven't gone deep enough. Perhaps we need to establish more direct contact. Very well. Since you're the leader now, I will obey without question out of consideration for the mission's efficiency. Still, don't forget our original objective. Alva. Alva. Also, who's the leader now? Is it RO? And who is she talking to? Because it does, because I feel like Sopmod would be speaking less like that. So something I want to believe that it was Star talking. But if we're talking about Defy, then there's also AR like AN94 and I think AR12. So those are also options. RO is never part of Defy. Yeah, I was theorizing that it might not actually be Defy and could be the characters from the AR squad. Robella, yeah. Star and M4 are only temporary members. Yeah. I still want Star. She's my most wanted character. To release. Most wanted character to release. However, my most wanted character that is in CN right now is Lena. Also, we're going to do 1-4 today, and we'll do the rest of the story tomorrow. Shooter is most likely AN94 since she would have 2-shot burst. Interesting. Baptism of memory. You are the most precious thing in those neural logs. But yeah, we're going to do 1-4 today, and we should be able to finish the rest of these next time. Yeah, see, it's 1 page worth. 1 page worth of story. We got the long one out of the way. Save playlist. Save what playlist? Ruby, are you watching the right stream? I'm sitting in the corner of the cafe, slowly sampling the coffee Centaureissi has just brought me. After returning from the safe house, I had a loud and lively meal with the dolls, the first one in a long time. Centaureissi in Springfield served up a sumptuous feast. And then the dolls and I had a long discussion about the past. Springfield told me about how Zucchero was founded, while Diane recalled the adventures of Monsoon as they traveled between the satellite cities. We won't have CA2. The next thing will be Aphelion. Centaureissi did her best to serve everyone, while Jing Yu and Zhao He were about to put on an impromptu performance for us, only to remember that her instruments and luggage were still at the train station. Springfield helped them to contact the local authorities, and when they learned that the missing items would be shipped over to them, they were so happy that they dragged out Shakri's stage to sing an off-key song. We cleared the tables once we were done eating, or rather, they did. I tried to help, but they shooed me away, leaving me no choice but to find a corner to sit down in. As the night wears on, the lights in the buildings outside gradually go out, and the clamor from outside the windows slowly quiets down. I hold an exquisite mug in both my hands, savoring the warmth and fragrance of the coffee inside it. The sensation was commonplace 10 years ago, but for me now, it's a rare and precious thing. After all, this is the first time I've been reunited with my dolls after so long. My heart fills with mixed feelings as I watch them hard at work. While it's been a long time since it happened, I can clearly remember the looks on everyone's faces when I announced that I was quitting Griffin. The confusion, the shock, the worry, and the protests. I heard that this is not Girls Frontline 1 canon. That this was oh, I don't remember the word. I don't remember the word. It starts with an R and I can't remember the word. But at that time I was utterly powerless. I couldn't even give them an acceptable explanation for what I had done. What makes me feel even more guilty is the fact that even after all this had happened, after meeting everyone again, not a single one of the dolls has come over to ask this question. Retcon! That's what I was thinking. There was something retcon, but we don't know the specifics. Got it. Thank you. Why did you leave, Commander? It seems everyone still has the same unconditional trust in me, considering how easily they accepted the answer I gave. The one that couldn't even convince myself. Rewriting the... Oh. I didn't DC. I didn't DC, but my restream chat did. Story really takes a large shift after this. Previously, it was only just us and the Elmo crew, but now the spotlight's been casted back to the OG cast. I see. Since I guess they're reading, yeah. My restream is back up. In that case, what right do I have to stand in front of everyone like this now, acting as though nothing had happened? Springfield helps Centaureissi return the dishes into the cabinet, then glances toward me. Apparently, she noticed the complicated look on my face, because she undoes her apron and walks over to my table before sitting down opposite of me. What's wrong, Commander? You seem uncomfortable. Yeah. I feel a little conflicted. Is it because of Melanie? Yeah. Well, that's part of it. As for the rest, Springfield continues watching me, and I can't continue speaking for a while. Would you mind if I ventured a guess? Go ahead. It feels like you're avoiding us, just a little. You didn't say much while you were eating either. Free stream having issues again. Thankfully, it's restream and not my stream. But that does mean I need to go and fix it. Which I think I just did. Hopefully. Give me 1 second. Let me just make sure this is fully fixed. Okay, it's looking good for now. Alright, let's hope it stays well. Spring therapy. Feels like you're avoiding you didn't say much while you're eating either. Is there something you wanted to say just now but couldn't? I take a deep breath, trying to gather up the courage to get the words out. I'm sorry. This apology has been far too long in coming, and I should have said it in front of everyone. When I finally managed to build up the courage to face my past, the others didn't give me a chance to say it. You were sorry. Why are you apologizing, Commander? As I look at Springfield's smiling face, I realize that she understands everything. Yet the fact that she's asking this question, despite knowing the answer, is strangely calming. I try to gather my thoughts and say what I've been keeping in my heart all this time. I'm sorry for leaving. I'm sorry for that damn agreement. I pause, and after thinking for a bit, I continue speaking. I always thought that signing that agreement and leaving Griffin back then was the only choice I could make. I knew it might not have been the best choice, but if it meant everyone could be safe, and you'd have a future, then it was a price that I would gladly pay. She keeps watching me, waiting for me to continue. You know, I've always felt kind of relieved when I first came to the Yellow Zone. I guess it's a sign of how useless I am. I was arrogant enough to think that this was the way to give everyone a better future, and that I could escape from those inconvenient realities that I didn't want to face. I knew it was wrong, of course, but I couldn't muster up the courage I used to have in order to fight for what I knew was right. A lot of people died, yet I am still alive. And the only reason why I survived is because countless dolls gave their lives for me. But do those sacrifices even mean anything? I haven't found the answer to that yet. And so I have drifted through this chaotic world for the past 10 years, trying to find an answer that would put my heart at ease, that would prove I hadn't chosen wrongly. But the more I looked, the more lost I felt. I thought that turning my back on war meant that I would no longer be used. I thought that giving up what power I had would give everyone peace. But it was all pointless in the end. Oh yes, I was no longer being used, but that was because I was no longer of use at all. And even after giving up my rank and position, the mere fact that you were associated with me put you all in danger. In that case, what was even the point of giving it all up in the first place? You heard what I told Melanie just now. Even though I killed William with my own hands back then, Paradius is still going strong and still using innocent people in their inhumane experiments. And as for me, by giving up everything, I lost the power to change anything. You know, back in the day, we used to be able to send choppers wherever to deploy like 25 T-dolls at once. Even did it for the sake of a certain senior of mine. Anyways, or nowadays, Mailing's gotta scrounge up screws to turn them into nuts and bolts. After saying all this, I really wanted to ask myself, hey, what the hell are you even doing? You made your choice, but you keep second-guessing yourself. Does someone like this even deserve to be called commander? Do you think you're a URNC big shot who can get elected just by keeping a low profile? In the past, I still had the strength to change something. But now, all I can do is endanger you for the sake of putting up some petty resistance. And that is the only thing I can do. I pour out all the things I've kept in my heart for all this time. Springfield continues listening until there's nothing more to listen to. I raise my mug and take a drink to mask my loss of control. Springfield waits for me to calm down before she slowly begins to speak. I don't think you're running away from anything. I don't feel like you're using us. You're just punishing yourself. The one who left without saying a word. I finally gather the courage to look up at Springfield. Her smile is gone, replaced by the stern and serious look that she rarely shows others. Or did you truly believe that we would forget you just because you left, and we were bound by the agreement? That's not what I mean. Is it? Do you truly not think that way? Think carefully about your answer. It means a lot to me. Of course I didn't think you'd forget me. Upon seeing the look on my face, Springfield smiles again. Thank goodness. I felt the same way too. Pardon me, Commander. It seems I was a little impolite. With that said, you weren't the only one feeling lost during our 10 years apart. But even if we felt lost, we all tried our best to keep living our lives. We lived on while waiting for the day to come when we would meet again. Springfield twirls the tips of her hair around her finger, as though she's thinking about how to put her thoughts into words. It's true that a lot of dolls left Griffin, and as a result, we've lost contact with a lot of our friends. But why do you think you're powerless now? That's because... Is it because you think that we wouldn't listen to your orders anymore now that we're no longer your subordinates? Springfield's words cut deep, but at the same time, they also cut into the heart of the matter. What right do I have to expect to risk themselves for my personal goals? Indeed, what right do I have to demand that they get hurt in order to protect me? Commander, do you know what happened in the Griffin base the day after you said goodbye to us? What happened? Nothing happened at all. We still gathered together, we trained together, we ran simulated battles together, we uploaded our data together. All the squads were like that. Back then, you were no longer a commander in name, but we continued living the same way we did when you were in the base, as though you had never left. Then the next day came, and the day after that. Those days lasted a very long time, until Miss Kalina came to the base and told us that it was time we took the first steps of our own. She said that this is what you would have wanted, so we did it. In the past, you always said that you'd be nothing without us, but the reverse is also true. If you hadn't raised us up the way you had, we wouldn't be our present selves either. To you, we were all special, unique individuals, and in our hearts, you were the same. This is a bond that we share with you and you alone. That bond has nothing to do with rank or position, and nothing can ever replace it. The reason why we could become Springfield, or Centaureissi, or Macchiato, it's all because you were there. No, even without me, Springfield shakes her head. Have you heard the phrase, every man has two deaths? I think so. A human dies for the first time when their vital functions cease. They die for the second time when they are completely forgotten. But it's not like that for our dolls. Tactical dolls were made because they can never truly die. But it also implies that we are never truly alive either. The only time we can come close to living is when we leave memories in the hearts of others. And this life becomes stronger, the deeper and more irreplaceable those memories are. Without you, we would only be dolls you could see walking around anywhere on the street, filed under broad categories like cleaning type, combat type, or entertainment type, easily replaced and forgotten with the changing of generations. But you gave us the most important thing in the world, the one thing that makes us truly alive in this world, the unique memories that we share. I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but I hope you will understand what I'm trying to say, Commander. You've made yourself very clear. You've helped me understand a lot of things too. But I must tell you this. If you choose to help me, you will lose everything. Perhaps even this Zucchero that you've poured your heart and soul into may no longer exist. Are you alright with that? I like to think that agreement was a trial of sorts. It is a challenge for us and you, a way to test our determination to change the future. I am ready. I believe our friends are ready. Are you ready, Commander? Are you ready to make up your mind? To bring about change? I reflected on everything I've experienced until now. The shadow of Paradius still looms over the world like storm clouds, and the big shots think that this land is just a sandbox they can toy with at their leisure, moving their pawns as they please. In that case, since I can't change anything through playing by the rules, why not just flip the table and make my own set of rules? Yeah. While there are still many unknown variables in play, in the end I decided to use that simple word to make my promise to Springfield. Meanwhile, the Dandegate has been floating lazily in the air, slowly drifts over. My oh my, you do have a silver tongue, Miss Springfield. Meanwhile, the commander writes off all my attempts at persuasion as making fun of him. Whatever shall I do? But that's because you really are making fun of me. Oh, how you have wronged me. Miss Springfield, I call for justice in my stead. Miss Dandelion is helping you in her own way, Commander. Also, it's thanks to Miss Dandelion's arrangements and timely communication that we were so successful in guiding you to the cafe. Is that so? How are things in the safe house? That midget doll has finished checking the box. Vital signs of the little miss inside are deteriorating. While she's not in danger yet, she's probably going to experience organ failure like before. I hope that Kalina will be able to treat her after we reach Lviv. As for the other little lady, she's sleeping very soundly. Looks like she hasn't had a good rest in a long time. Macchiato's watching over her. It's strange how willing she was to stay in the safe house and not attend the party. Even though Macchiato's been thinking about the commander all this time, I guess she got embarrassed about meeting him in the flesh. Is that so? She's playing it so coy. What about the information you gathered earlier? I'm working on it. What do you think I've been doing all this time? There's a lot of corporate data in there which needs to be sorted through. I'll let you know when I find a lead. After the dolls clear the tables, Centaureissi serves up a smorgasbord of snacks and drinks. At everyone's urging, I am dragged before the dining table once again. I feel much more relaxed after talking with Springfield, and my conversation with the other dolls flows much more naturally now. Zucchero's warm welcome is most definitely a treat for the dolls' gustatory modules. Seems that no matter where it may be, Springfield's cafe is always able to help people forget their troubles and misery. After Zhao clears the last plate of cookies, the curtain falls on this enjoyable little gathering. Miss Zhao, would you like another glass of chocolate milk? Centaureissi has appeared behind the bar once again, upholding her reputation as Zucchero's star employee. No thank you. I really can't eat anything else. Even with the digestive module installed, I don't think I can handle all that food at once. I believe there's a digestive accelerant for regular food in the first aid kit. I'll get it for you. There were cases in the past when Miss Sharkry ate too many snacks before a show and had to use them to get her body back to its normal shape. Hey, don't go airing my dirty laundry in public. Oh, so that's what happened. It's just because Centaureissi's desserts are too yummy. If you like them, feel free to visit us and feel free to visit us at any time, Miss Zhao. In fact, if you end up becoming our house band, put on an event, you can even taste test the desserts that we're still developing. That sounds delicious. Big sis, let's come by and earn a good meal if we get the chance. We would be happy to help, provided it doesn't cause problems for the Zucchero. It's a deal then. I sit on the edge of the counter, watching the dolls talk and laugh. A surge of nostalgia swells in my heart. I was a drifter ever since I left Griffin. The colorful, bright days in my memories have been practically all washed out and replaced by endless missions, mutated elids, and the collapse storm screaming through vast expanses of barren sand. Meanwhile, those storms carried me further and further away from my path. Now that I intend to set foot on this road once more, can I still tell which way I should be headed? As my mind wanders, the phone on the counter rings. Springfield and Centaureissi quickly exchange looks and their faces turn severe. There shouldn't be anyone calling at a time like this. Manager, want me to pick up? Let me do it. Springfield walks over to the counter and picks up the phone. Hello, this is the Zucchero. May I know? Manager Springfield, you asked me for coffee beans earlier. What exactly are they being used for? You shouldn't be using this line. You know it's not safe. You're being watched. How much time do we have? 1 day. I tried my best, but the opposition is far beyond me. I haven't revealed anything about the shipment to anyone, on account of our past friendship. Therefore, I hope you will get rid of that shipment ASAP to avoid causing more trouble. I understand. The other party hangs up, the cafe is silent, and the dolls all look at Springfield. What's going on? Someone is looking for the location of this cafe. Someone highly placed. Commander, our location might have been exposed. I'm sorry. I got you all caught up in this. No, it's our fault for not being strong enough to properly take care of you. Just in case, we should relocate immediately. How much time do we have? 1 hour. Saying so, Springfield turns to the other dolls. Ladies, I apologize, but as of now, the cafe is entering sleep mode. Sleep mode? Do you mean... Springfield nods, her face stern. Centaureissi, please lock the main door and close the blinds. Ensure all exits are secured. Shakri, bring the truck over. We will all be gathering at the safe house. What's the plan? We need to get to Lviv. I asked an intelligence broker to negotiate with the city security department. Once we've ensured that the surroundings are safe, Centaureissi will escort you out of the city with a travel permit. However, you will need to hide in the cargo compartment of the truck later, as a crate of coffee beans. Can't say I have much experience with that. My reply is only half serious. Springfield chuckles and relaxes a little. I'll have Macchiato bring the girls over to meet you at the landing pad. Helicopter has been fueled up and it has takeoff clearance, so your upcoming journey ought to be quicker. What will you do after that? The Zucchero will be closed for a while to weather the storm. We will shift our intelligence gathering work to a more clandestine location. Once we've ensured everything is safe, I'll contact you through new means. In order to ensure clear communications, Centaureissi will be traveling with you. She'll be following me? She'll be very helpful in combat and daily life. In addition, she's very familiar with the Zucchero's intelligence networks. I'm sure she'll be very helpful by your side. Springfield's approving gaze makes me realize that they planned this all out ahead of time. I nod and signal my assent to Springfield's plan. Ladies of Monsoon, what do you intend to do now? Well, if you don't mind, we would like to serve under the commander again. Miss Dandelion said you're in great need of fighting strength now, am I correct? There's no better pick than me if there's fighting to be done. Isn't that right, Zhao Yi? Well, it's not like you're good at anything besides fighting. As if. Alright then, I'll be counting on you all for your help in the future. Casting my doubts aside, I nod to the girls. The dolls respond to me in kind, and they begin gearing themselves up. After checking all the exits, Centaureissi returns to me, fully outfitted for battle. Her pistol and combat knife are hidden under her staffer's uniform, and her apron, a symbol of cleanliness, hides her spare magazines and grenades. There's a long rectangular case by her feet. I know there's at least one Sturminger 36 assault rifle in there. She gives me an earnest look, as though she wants to use her gaze to prove the reliability of Springfield's plan. Please come with me, Master. I'll be in your care for what comes next. I've just ensured each exit is secure. The truck is parked at the Zucchero's back door. We can move out anytime you're ready. What's the matter? It's an urgent call from the Elmo. Would you like to take it? A call from the Elmo? Did Groza and the others run into trouble while meeting up with 404? A sense of foreboding fills my heart and I scramble to pick up. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suggest that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are their numbers and makeup? From what we can tell, the enemy are using 10 plus armor combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armor vehicles? Could it be mangy again? Melee increase the Elmo's speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding conditions. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo is currently in defense mode. Defense mode. Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need the exact coordinates. They move fast? Oh yeah. Groza quickly sends them over. From memory, I recall the rough layout of the region and give Groza a location. There is a pass 10 km northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink their perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo will be more dangerous than that. Understood. As I respond to Groza's questions, I think it as hard as I can about how to handle what is to come. As expected, picking up 404 didn't go as well as planned. Over a dozen enemies in IFVs is by no means a small amount, and Groza will probably have a hard time dealing with them by herself. However, the Helena escort mission is only half complete, and we aren't too far from Lviv. If we bring the girls back to the Elmo, escorting them there again will probably be much harder, considering that the enemy has already been alerted. Springfield seems to have seen through my worries, because she turns to me from where she's standing off to the side and speaks. Commander, please allow Macchiato and myself to escort Helena. What? I was plotting a course just now. The route to Lviv from here is covered by Zucchero's intelligence network. I am also familiar with the inner workings of the Intercontinental Railway, so Macchiato and I can send that box in a clandestine way. And I'm sure Miss Dandelion will help me here as well, right? Oh, what will I do with you? I suppose I'll just have to generate flawless fake IDs so you can board the train as VIPs. Please and thank you. The info to gather on the commander, tracking the Elmo, prepping the vehicles, and intercepting them. Yeah, it does seem like it's been a few hours at least, though, but still, it's pretty fast. Wait, no, it's been more than that. It's been at least a full day. Because it's already nighttime and they've already slept. You should take the other dolls and Miss Melanie on the helicopter with you. I'll be safer that way. So Melanie is coming with me too? Right now there's nobody who's more suited to protecting her than you. Traveling with two Helenas will be too risky. Yeah, it's only been a day. Leaving her here isn't an option either. If everyone leaves, then they won't find anything if they launch an investigation. Since you brought her out of the darkness into the light, you should be prepared to take full responsibility for your actions. You have a point. Since I've already decided, I contact Groza again and inform her of my plan. Meanwhile, Springfield studies the files in her hand and thinks about how best to handle the upcoming situation. Shikari, take the truck and bring everyone to the landing pad outside the city. You will be piloting the helicopter later, so do everything the commander says. Huh? What about you, manager? I'll contact Macchiato. We'll prepare to send Helena over. As my restream fucking dies again. Thankfully, it's not my stream that's dying. And it's back again. I don't understand this fucking restream chat right now. We'll arrange for Colfine and Melanie to arrive safely at the landing pad. Aren't you coming with us, manager? What about the Zucchero? As long as we're around, we can set up a Zucchero anywhere. Don't worry, I'll come find you on the Elmo once this mission is over. Commander, make sure you make room for the Zucchero's latest outlet, okay? I'll be waiting for you. I calm myself and look at the dolls with gratitude in my eyes. That familiar sense of security and confidence has returned to me. Thank you. I'm glad you're all here. The girls smile at me by way of response, and then we swing into action. Also, we just gained like 5 dolls to join us on the Elmo. That is like double our fighting power. Centaureissi helps me open the door, revealing a truck with the Zucchero logo on it. Stay safe. I'll see you guys on the Elmo. All the best. We load up on the truck, leaving Springfield behind. As the rear doors slowly close, I take one last look at this place and the safe house which has sheltered me, even for just a moment. And as this truck's engines rev up, I disappear into the coffee-scented darkness. We gained Centaureissi, Diane, Yang Yu, Zhao Hui, and Sharkery. And we had Colfine, Groza, Nemesis, Krolik, and Vepley. 30 minutes to get into the actual mission. And it didn't even take 30 seconds. So yeah, we're gonna be continuing this tomorrow. I'm just gonna spend my stamina real quick. Why is all this back up? Why? Fix your notification system. It's awful. Do we know how much I need of these for one character? I have 200 of these, so I'm fine with those for a while. I have 500 of those, so I don't need those at all. 362, I'm good on those for a while. 179, I might be getting low on those, but I think I'll be fine. It's the 5 and 6 that I'm always worried about. 20, 40, 80, 120, 160. So the answer is I have enough for exactly one character. Because the thing is, I'm pretty sure I have enough of everything else. Yeah, I have a million of these combat reports. I guess I can get more analysis blueprints. Yeah, it's a very long story. You missed 60? Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I have enough for Klukai when she gets out, but not Mekti. Or Michi. Why is it Michi? $557,000? Wait, why is it that much? Wait, I thought it was 70K and or 60K and 70K. $60K and 70K. Where's the other combat reports and blueprints coming from? Also, if we're talking about stock bars, I think I have enough. I was pretty sure I have... Is it actually that much? Combat reports and blueprints? I thought it was much lower than that. So I need a lot more. The final 10 levels are usually over 100. Oh. Well, I almost have enough for 2 characters for this one. And I have enough for 1 weaponeer. Because I'm also farming for Michi slash Mekti. Because I want her to. I'm gonna get them both. Both. So right now the main problem I have is getting enough for Michi slash Mekti. Time I'd come see you looking for a story. You have to go see, looking forward to the story of next stream, going to sleep. Alright, have a good night, Ruby. 30 limited pulls plus 10 standard. Is that what you have right now? Oh no, that's what we're getting. I remember that's what we're getting. So right now I have well a lot, but that doesn't help answer the question. Let me click on the shop. Basic purchase. 366 pulls. Plus 40, so I have 400 pulls. I currently, well, once I get all the pulls from the events, I will have 400-ish pulls. And remember, I'm only going for the character and possibly the weapon for both characters. Which means... That's not what I wanted to click on. So, 160... Your friend has a sitting roughly at 280, so they have like 120 less than me right now. Or just 100 less than me. But yeah, so 160 per character, which means if I get really unlucky, I can't get their weapons. Because I think their weapons are also... Yeah, that's 140. It's 160 and 140. Well, we'll see how my luck is when the banners actually release.
Oh, 飼育員じゃん。
So until then, tomorrow we're gonna read the second half of Zucchero Cafe's story. Hopefully, we can finish it tomorrow, by the way. And after that, who knows? So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good day. Oh, yes, I do have a Discord. I'll put it in the chat real quick.